Friday, and I made it by 7. Not bad. I just put something new on my chart, which is I've had this the Bollinger Band on here, and what I decided was the original Bollinger Band is this blue one. I decided I would put another one on. The blue one is the standard deviation of 2, and so I put this brown one on, standard deviation of 3. So I really want to see, standard deviation of 3. The price action is inside like 99% of the time, whereas deviation 2, it's inside the Bollinger's about 95% of the time. So I just want to see like where those spots are where it actually touches the outside Bollinger's, because I think that could be helpful of standard deviation 3, because a lot of times it'll go outside of 2, but it would still be within 3. So anyway, I'm just gonna watch that for a while and see if I like that, if that helps at all. All right, so we had this 5:30 news spike down, it came right back, and it's just been kind of sideways to slightly up until now, until 6:45. There was no news then, but we're definitely pushing up here. Let's see, it's pretty sideways all night again. So the only thing I think to do is measure probably this to this, which we've already gone past. All right, so my record this week is 2-1 with very low amount of trades. Not been confident to take a lot of trades this week, but I've actually entered more trades than just the 3. It's just that I haven't been recording them when they're like break-even trades. So I've probably taken more like 6. All right, so we've got new low here, first entry, second entry short, outside the deviation 2 Bollinger. I'm not going to be betting against this big move right now. Would still be inside the potential trend here. I'm not going to be looking for a long here either. was just messing with something in my thinkorswim and I just messed up. Trying to figure out how to fix it. There we go. All right. So we had a failure off the midline. I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking of fixing something on my options charts. I was actually putting this standard deviation of 3 on the thinkorswim charts for my options. How far did this go? Yeah. I really wasn't even watching the setup. It's not bad. So there was room there. All right, back to paying attention to this. So basically, break new high here. Still going. Redraw this. Okay, hopefully I'll find some trades today. Try to be a little bit more aggressive. The other thing I was thinking about is I've only been trading with one contract the last couple of days. Trading with one contract, I don't have to be so quick to protect when the trade's going in my favor. I'm really quick to move my stop. I think it makes more sense when I'm trading 2 contracts But when I'm trading one, loss, the damage is really as minimal as it gets on one contract. So I think I need to let the trades work a little bit longer. All of my break-evens actually this week, I believe all of them would have worked for a win. And even the one loss I had would have worked for a win if I just left it alone and let it do its thing. So consider that. Seriously considering like maybe taking a break from YouTube. Kind of have mixed feelings about it, but maybe taking a break and just trading not on stream, or maybe going back to just live recording my trading and then putting up a review at the end of my trading. Because I don't know, maybe I'm just being more hesitant because I'm streaming, even though I've got like no viewers, very few. I'm not like trying to do this to be some kind of personality or, be one of these like fast talking YouTube guys that have all the answers. So it's really just to like keep track of my journey and be able to look back and see where I'm improving, where I've changed things, what's working, what's not working. I don't know if the YouTube thing is just, slowing me down from taking chances. I don't know. That's something I gotta think about. So we'll see. I mean, the reason why I want to keep doing it on YouTube is just that it's all in one spot for me to see it. And I can go back and see what I did in real time. When I only post reviews, I mean, it's not bad, but also it just takes more time because then I have to do that review at the end of the day. Setting up a second entry long right here in the middle. Not in the spot I would want to take it. And right below the middle Bollinger. Touch of the inside Bollinger. What I might like for is for this to trigger, look to fail, and then maybe a long after that to trap the trappers if it sets up. Looks like it's just coming down anyway for now. Right, so let's see if this holds. Right, so that holds just outside of the standard 2 deviation. We'd love to see it come down here, pierce the outside one, and then create a second entry long, but it doesn't look like that's what's happening. Maybe a second entry long off the inside bar. This is one of those after it closes outside, but just don't love that. I gotta see more of these to see if this works. Just triggered. Instantly going against it. Not taking a short here. Yeah, it ticked under by 1 tick. This ticked under here, so there is kind of like a trap the trapper situation potentially here. I just don't love it for a long. Small bar. Bigger than I thought, 48 ticks. Oh yeah, the ATR is 62. All right, it's giving up this level. Take a look at the 5-minute here. I should have put those Bollinger Bands on this too. I'll do that another time. Put that on the 5. The 15. Oh, and we had the Bollinger Touch here on the daily today in the middle. So I thought we were going to come all the way down to it yesterday, but it took this morning for it to touch it. Or the overnight or whatever it was. So in theory, when it touches the outside Bollinger, can trade it the other way. It won't always work, but a lot of times it'll work depending on the context. So you see it worked here. Touch the Bollinger. Now, how far did it go from under there? It went 18.25 points. So this one went out, and then you just play the other side. Doesn't happen a lot though. High or low, 3-bar stacked. Not a lot of room to the top Bollinger. Not really sure what I'm looking for here because we already had the 2 legs up. Had kind of that third leg up that happens before usually 2 legs down. So in theory, you might be looking for a second leg down. Which would be outside of where the current Bollingers are. I don't know. It's kind of what I'm thinking right now. So from low, we got a first entry short. So I'm not sure there's reason to bet against this market right now. Already bouncing off the middle Bollinger on the daily. See what happens here. doji right before. It's going to engulf for a second entry short. If it does it. I think it did engulf. Kind of weird. Because it went under, it went up, under, and back up, and now going back under. Pretty weird. Right in the middle. And back up again. Under, back up. It's pretty confusing. Seems like a failure for long. I don't know. I just don't have a read. It's right in the middle. The Bollingers are tight. It's not a lot of room either direction. It's kind of like potential resistance here. Very sideways with doji there. Just gonna wait for something more clear. So long is good. I just found that really confusing. So there's some kind of like big, maybe there's something like that at play. I hate having trends. I don't know if I want to leave that on there. I'll just observe it for a minute like that. Just does this really help anything? Just gives you a up bias. I'm not leaving it on there. I hate having those on my chart. Especially the big wide ones. So we got a new high. back in the up-only market. I still haven't seen anything I would take for a trade. Maybe this one, I wasn't paying attention at the time. Maybe. Even that, I don't think was like a great setup. That's the thing though, it's like whether I'm on YouTube or not, I'm still not going to take a trade that doesn't fit what setups I take. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Just grinding higher. That's what we're doing today. The other thing I could think about, maybe taking it from here. It could be a possible additional target. $675 seems reasonable. Still wouldn't be back to where we were yesterday. people just buy this? They just see it's going up and they just jump in? That's what happens when I buy in. Just starts doing that. If I were to try to jump in on this. ATR has gone down a little to 55. At this point, I just gotta hope that next week's price action will be a little bit easier to trade for my style. This week has really been difficult. I wonder what's going on with other YouTubers today. Man, I saw so many YouTubers that usually do really well have a really bad day yesterday. There's one guy that had he had 10 accounts ready for payout. And it was like a $30,000 payout between the 10 accounts. And I think he blew up those accounts in one day yesterday. And he got to the point where he was just entering not based on any strategy or anything anymore. He's just entering like every other candle. It's pretty crazy. And Alpine had a bad day yesterday. it's hard when you expect, when you're one of those traders that look for pullbacks and you try to counter trend, but on a day like yesterday where it just drops and drops and drops, it's going to destroy people. Let me take a look around the YouTube on my phone and see what's going on. Pine's up today. He's got less accounts after yesterday. Looks like he has 13 accounts. Although I think one of them might have blown up today because there's no drawdown. Unsure. Maybe it's still live. Not clear. It's probably still live because it's not grayed out. So he's doing good. This guy looks like he has a win. Seems like people in general do better when the market's going up, or at least because we're so biased for up markets these days. It seems like it's just going to grind higher and get to this measured move, right? Something like that, maybe there. Or would you draw something more like this? I'm just going to wait for a setup. I mean, at any point, I guess I could have bought this and I'd pretty much be safe depending on where I put my stop. But I don't know where to put my stop. What if I put it right here and it got taken out and then it kept going? Not now. All right. This really doesn't help anything. All right, so we're almost at that measured move, and then we'll see what happens from there. Just shy. ATR is going down at about 52 ticks now. At the middle Bollinger, is it really going to come up shy, or is it going to have one last push up there? All right, this is just the first entry. I know some people, when it breaks like a trend like this, they just buy it in the opposite direction. But I think that fails a lot of times too. For as many times as it works, it probably fails. But if there's a pullback and a second entry, I might consider that. Problem is, there's already break new high unless you do it this way. I don't know if that's legit. What if I did it from here? It's an overshoot up there. So I know longs are actually a little bit sketchy. From this point, I think. So first entry short, first entry long. Not a lot of room above this to go long. Not a good signal bar. Potential for 2 legs down. Would put us at the 50. Setting up second entry long. There's not a lot of room to resistance up here. 3.75 points or so. It's off the Bollinger again. Engulfing. Let's see where this bar closes. Maybe I'll enter above it if it closes above. But no, it closes inside. It's still going anyway. See, this is what I hate. It's like you either got to take engulfing with not a lot of room, or you got to take it where it's closing right inside of potential resistance. So it's, I mean, it's just not a very safe bet. But pays off. I would have liked it better if it touched this one and then went. Or if this closed down here with plenty of room. So that's the kind of setups I've been seeing this week. Just one of those weeks. This market's just trying to go back to all-time highs again. And maybe because it had a second touch off the Bollinger, it's enough reason to go along there. New high off that high. Setting up the first entry, second entry short. Also be a failed second entry long. Just don't want to take a short against this market. It's an up market. Not confident in shorts. I think we're still going to get to this measured move. So even though I got this second entry short, I closed outside of the Bollinger. I think it's going to push. Do I believe it's going to push enough to take a long? Not really. I think if this gets above, it's going up here for sure. But, I say that. I don't want to take this trade. It's pointing up though. Everything's pointing up. It makes sense it's going. This is what my concern would be, though, that it ticks in, people start piling in, and then it goes against you. I'd not feel good about this if I were in this trade right now. So where do you put your stop here? Or you can put it all the way down here. Blow accounts. Maybe it trapped in some more shorts and now it could go. gonna do. Seems like I should just drift up. This trade wasn't bad. It's always like the best trades lately are engulfing, but they're also the most dangerous. But to go long from here is just really tedious. I'm glad I didn't go long so far up here. Guessing my stop would have been under this. 52, so 51.75. Still would be in it. It's still in by one tick. Pretty sure it's gonna come down and take out my position if I were in that. Oh, it's bouncing. Gives it up. So that's why I don't enter those trades, because that would be a loser for me. That's why sometimes I just trade so damn tight. Because I know when I start chasing for those things, I'm going to lose, because that's when I lose the most. It's either wait and let the market come to me or force something and take a loss. So it came up short again. So it's tried once, twice, kind of three times. You could say either twice or three times. So it's tried to get up to this measured move. So I don't know. Maybe that's it. Although there's still that wider thing that I refuse to leave on my chart. Yeah, if you don't think it's an overshoot, which I think it's an overshoot. I think this is an overshoot regardless. So real hard to think long. Got a touch of this 50 now. When's the last time we were at the 50? Couldn't reach it here, couldn't reach it here. So it was all the way back here, market open. Got above it, tested it, went away, came back, tested it, and then took off. Couldn't get back to it. So this is the first time it's touching again. And big gap to the 200. Kind of like a triple test here. 1, 2, 3. Just the first entry. Potential first entry. It's not even looking like it's going to do it. Okay, there's the first entry. There's the first close under the 50. It's not even going to give it a chance. ATR is down to 44 now. First entry, potential second entry setting up. What do I do? Blocked by the 50. Okay. Hasn't triggered. I mean, the Bollingers don't look great for long. Still within this. Guess I'm going to have to judge this if it triggers. pretty sideways here. And it's not even triggering anyway. Oh, coming back. All right, so giving this up for now. Yeah, I think longs are sketch. I think it tried to get to that measured move, couldn't do it, and now we're maybe doing something else here finally. Lungers are pointing down. Second entry long triggers like a failed breakout. I was thinking maybe it'll work like a failed breakout, but how big was that? Not very big, 26 bars, or 26 ticks, I mean. It's probably a good trade. I mean, it's obviously a good trade, it already worked. Maybe it can reject here and then get a higher low. It's also that situation where it blasted through the midline, but there's that support right there. So I don't know if I want to take a failure into that. It could just create a higher low. Six ticks. It's not going to do it anyway. So it does it from here. Not looking for the failure anymore. Second entry long was good, failed breakout. Good morning. Be right back. All right, I'm back. My daughter came in here, and then I had to help get her ready for school. So let's put my accounts back on here. Nice. GameStop's trying to make a move. It's finally broken out of a key resistance level. Hopefully I can close up here on the 15-minute and then keep going. It's up $1.20 today. Starting to look good. Just hope it can close up here because it's been trying to break out of that level for over a week. Been a couple weeks, I guess. All right, so back in action here. Not sure what I missed. Just looking here, kind of looks like new long, new high, first entry long, second entry long, maybe failing. Still this top of the range held up over here. It's definitely just ranging. Had the failed breakout. GameStop is looking good, but it did close outside the 3 deviation Bollinger on the 5-minute. So I hope it doesn't just completely retrace. It's touching that 3 standard deviation on every time frame except for the daily. But once GameStop starts pushing, it can go way beyond if the conditions are right. So it's up 4%, 4.3% right now. All right, so let's see what happens here. How far did this go? 4.5 points. It's possible I need to make it here now. It still works with these wicks here. Let's see what happens here. Didn't hold there either. So I think it was a first entry, second entry long that failed. And it now tried to make that measured move. Got 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Couldn't do it. We're going the other way. That's what it seems like. Potential 2 legs. Looks like we're well beyond that already. Yeah. Where are we on the daily? 15 and the 5. So breaking out of that. And to me, it looked like we had an overshoot on the 1 minute when I drew it. So the upside could be complete. We'll see what happens when we get to the 200, I guess. GameStop's backing off like I was concerned it might. Hopefully I can find a way to keep pushing. Had a nice solid close on the 15 and 30 minute above the resistance. So we'll see. Still resistance on the 1 hour. Just every day it tries to break out this past week and it doesn't. But it's been a solid grinding higher a little bit at a time every day by the close. I guess I should be watching this too. Just not seeing great opportunities. Let's put this back to the original spot. Measure move. It's already reached that. And some. Ugh. Well, I think my discipline has been on point for the past week or two, for the most part. It's not making me any money, but it's keeping me from losing any money. Potential higher low. It's not really a setup I usually would take. But if it gets you problem is it could be a second entry short there too. It's not really the push through the middle Bollinger type of situation that I like. And you're already outside of the Bollinger here. I would like a second entry short better here. It's all stacked up. Looks like it's working. It's just not, again, it's just not the kind of setup that looks like what I like. They tend to be working. – I'm just going to continue to be patient and disciplined. So the double Bollinger thing is new for me. Just had that idea to try that today. So I'm going to have to observe that for a while and get used to that, if it's helpful or not. So far, I don't think it's played any role for me today. This makes more sense on the 5-minute. Trend confirmed here, break, new high, selling off. I think that makes sense. $15-minute, no. That's nothing. It seems like we're trying to go for this 200. Well, I'm glad I didn't take this higher low. So it literally immediately ticked in and then went against it for the second entry short. I was thinking maybe to take it to get to the midline. It just couldn't even do it. So that's why I don't usually take those kinds of trades. All right, so all the way down to the 50. Or not the 50, the 200. 50 is the green one. GameStop trying to push again. It's at 26.52 now. I think this could be a legitimate breakout for GameStop today. I mean, this thing could be a legitimate breakout today. It's already up $1 almost. It was up over that, the high. Really love to see a legitimate breakout right now. Implied volatility is really going up right now on GameStop. Helps my options. All right, so here's a bounce off the 200 maybe. Just don't like any of this price action. The price action isn't bad, it's just the setups. I don't like the setups. The setup sucked. Wonder if I would like it better on the tick chart. First entry, second entry failure. No setup there. Not really. Back at the midline on the 15. Do we? Yeah, not really. On the 5. At the bottom. Higher low off the 200. Looks like that would have been good. Not going to go short into the 200 though. And of course, GameStop pulling back like it has been every time it gets up to these levels. That's good. I could see it went outside the standard deviation of 3. And so, of course, there's some kind of pullback. Makes sense. All right, so potential second entry short signal bar here. Right into the 200. So I'm not going to look for a short into that. Looks like it's not even going to trigger it anyway. Well, I'll be glad it's the weekend. Take a break from trading. I don't even know if I want to do any playback over the weekend. Maybe just having a couple days away from it will help me. I feel like this week has been draining. All right, the higher low is a nice one here. So what's the difference? Just the 200 EM, the 200 SMA versus here, just in the middle of nowhere. It's only 25 ticks. Gary, welcome back. How are you? It's going all right. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I've definitely been struggling to find trades, or the trades I have taken. Like, you can see my record for the week is 2-1. The one loss should have been a win, but I took myself out of the trade early and I took a small loss. And I've actually taken more than 3 trades, but I've taken a bunch of break evens basically because I've just been like feeling very unsure about my entries and just moving my stop to protect against losses really fast. And so I've been getting like 2 ticks here, 3 ticks there kind of thing. overall been good, but just trying new things. And, I think my discipline's been really good, but it's not helping me make money. So I need to find a balance of like discipline and being tight, staying away from bad trades versus, being able to execute trades, get into trades, and then let them work when I'm in them. So, and then today I just tried something new for the first time, which is I just had this idea, the Bollinger Band, the blue ones I've been using, the standard deviation is 2 on those ones. That's what I've been using for the past week or two, whatever it's been, which is still new to me. But then I thought, what if I throw on the 3 deviation Bollinger as well? Because sometimes it's really telling when you get a touch or a close at the 3 deviation. It's a lot of times where a reversal will happen. Whereas, on the 2 deviation, it will a lot of times it'll go outside the 2 deviation or touch the 2 deviation, and it can still keep going in the same direction. But when it really touches or gets out of the 3 deviation, a lot of times that's where a reversal will happen, because it's like 99% of price action supposedly stays inside the 3 deviation. So I threw that on here just to kind of see. The midline stays the same, although I think I want to maybe change the color of this at some point. But yeah, so long story short, I've been good. As you can see, I've got the 5 PAs going. I've only traded 2 of them so far. I'm under starting balance on this one. And I'm only 500 over starting balance on that one. And I've traded 15 days. I was up like 1,400 at one point on this, and I took a loss when I was trading 2 contracts. So I've also lowered my contracts. I'm only trading 1 contract right now, just to try to find a little bit more confidence. I think the biggest thing is just, making these all-time highs every single day, a new all-time high. I feel like it's just gotten harder to trade. I don't know why that is, but just for me, it feels like all-time highs just makes it harder for whatever reason. Having said all that, how you been? How's trading? How's your accounts? Have you been getting any payouts? Any issues with Apex? Tell me what's up, brother. There was a first entry short, second entry short. That's failing to the top side, but it's all stacked up. I mean, I'm not going long. That's the other thing I'd say is just like my setups, just the setups are all just not great setups. A lot of them are working, but they look really suspicious. So if this was more of a situation where it shot through the midline and it came back for a failure somewhere and tested the midline again, I'd be all for it. But the way this set up, I don't know. I don't love it. I see GameStop just made another push. Gary says, laugh out loud, that was a mouthful. I've been good. Things are going well. Trading 20 PAs currently. Whoa. Nice. Going to get a dirt bike today with some of the profits, but chilling, trying not to get murdered in this market. Gary, awesome, man. Yeah, it was a mouthful, right? I'm so happy to hear that for you. 20 PAs. Have you gotten payouts recently, or you're just kind of going slow and steady? Yeah, because you say try not to get murdered in this market. I know the market's been, it's tough. And yesterday, how do you make out with trading yesterday? Because I saw a lot of YouTubers getting crushed yesterday. Yesterday, I took 1 trade. I stopped myself out of it early, just picking up 3 ticks when it would have worked for my full profit target. But this would have worked for the long. Just really didn't like the way it's set up. The other thing I was wondering about is what would happen if I changed to 2 minute instead of trading the 1 minute. It was another thought I had. Like maybe it'd be a little bit cleaner to trade on the 2 minute. Never really thought about it before. It'll give less setups, but maybe it'll make things a little bit cleaner. I'm not really sure. I've never tried trading a 2-minute before, so I don't know if that is helpful or not. I mean, I don't really see first entry, second entry long here. Maybe. I don't really see too many opportunities looking at the 2-minute, to be honest. But anyway, I'm still willing to evolve and adapt and change things and try things. Gary says ready for 11 payouts, 4 250s, 750s. That's what I like to hear. Have another 550s almost there, and 4 other 250s right at threshold. Been drawing from the 250s. They are easier for some reason. Interesting. Man, I give it up to you. That's amazing. Really awesome. That's what I like to hear. It gives me a little inspiration that maybe one day I can get there. I mean, the good thing is at this point, I'm not blowing up accounts, but I'm being overly conservative at this point too. I mean, I just have to admit it. Yeah, I'm being overly conservative. But I really want to figure out how to make these PAs, these current PAs, pay me and not blow them up. And however slow I have to go, fine. But I really just want to make sure that these PAs pay me. And I really don't want to buy any more evaluations. So right now I've got no evaluations, no active evaluations running, as you can see. And I've got 1 250 that renews at the 80% off the 50K price, so $33. I've got, so that's a 250 that renews on the 22nd, and then I have a 50K evaluation that renews on the 22nd also for the 80%. And I really don't want those to renew. I might let the 250 renew just because it's like the best price it'll ever be for a 250. But the idea of having like no more fees on Apex is really kind of like a nice thought and feeling. Like just trade these 5 PAs and no more monthly fees until I either get a payout and decide to get more evaluations, or if I fail all of these accounts, then I have to think about whether I'm going to continue or not, I guess. So that's kind of like a nice thought. I think the probably what I'll do, to be honest, is I'll keep the 250. It's the best price I'm going to have a 250K eval for, and pay the $33, and then that way, I'm down to $33 fees on the Apex instead of multiple fees on multiple accounts. And that's why I really paid the lifetime fee on these PAs, is just so that I can get to this place. I want to be out of the evaluation game, honestly, and just in the PA game. So that's my thoughts right now on that. But the way I'm going, it's just taking forever. So got a new high, first entry, tick over, we a second entry. I'm not looking for longs here. Gary says I came out ahead yesterday and stopped trading when the market decided to dive. Probably a really good decision. I was watching some traders. What's his name? I forget the guy's name, his YouTube name. I was watching this one guy. He had like 30, he was already, I think, profitable, and I think he needed a couple more days trading or something, but on fast track trading, 10 accounts, basically set up for a 30K payout between the 10 accounts. And then the market started diving yesterday, and he just completely lost sight of everything and just over traded, was entering like every other bar, and just win some, lose some, but the losses were bigger than the wins. He kept looking for pullbacks, kept looking for like, oh, here's where there's going to be a pullback, and he just kept getting crushed as it kept going against him. And I think he blew up those accounts. He either blew up the accounts or he lost all the profit, and he's not able to qualify for a payout anymore. I'm not exactly sure. But it was pretty painful to watch. And then Alpine had a terrible day yesterday. I forget how big his losses were, but it's pretty substantial. So yeah, yesterday was dangerous. Dangerous day. Yeah, Gary says that sucks, a 30K demotion. Seriously. Like he kept saying he should stop. He kept saying, okay, that's it for the day. And then he kept going, he just saw red. I think we've all been there. So I felt for the guy. Usually he seems like a pretty solid trader. He's got a strategy. He usually seems to stick with it. Yesterday, the strategy was completely out the door. So at the very least, I can say that I'm being really good about sticking with my strategy. My strategy hasn't been the best in terms of profits, but it's kept me out of potential losers. Honestly, all the setups I've seen have worked, if I'm being real. The setups where I took break evens all would have worked. There's one trade that I lost this week, it looked like it was going to go against me. And so when it started coming back a little bit, I just got out for less of a loss than a full loss. It would have worked if I stuck with it, if I didn't move my stop. Gary says slow and steady, as long as it's moving in the right direction, time doesn't matter. Yeah, I agree. I mean, time matters because you can't get time back, but I agree. It's definitely a frustrating process. I definitely never thought I would struggle as much as I have been to just even find trades, but I'd rather struggle to find trades or struggle to take trades than struggle with losers, So I think I'm like mentally I'm in a good place in terms of like not forcing trades, or not freaking out and like just trying to change everything I'm doing, and just jump ship and go to a different strategy. I've implemented a lot of changes lately, but they're more modifications with the same strategy. Going from tick charts to 1 minute charts, taking off the 21 EMA, going to the Bollinger, now having kind of a double set of Bollingers with the 2 deviation and the 3 deviation, so I'm trying things, but I'm still looking for the same setups I've been looking for. So, but Gary, I wish I knew more about how you're trading, because I know we have similar backgrounds from where we started with, and you've really seemed to find something that is working for you pretty consistently. So I really wish I could actually get with you a little bit and learn from you what you're doing that's working for you. But yeah, refining, not changing. I don't think I need to change what I'm doing. I think I just need to find a way to keep doing what I'm doing, but get a little bit more aggressive with it, honestly. And I don't even know if aggressive is the right word, but just trusting myself a little bit more and just be a little bit more willing to take the setups when they come. Gary says, I'd love to be a part of a Discord with you and your bro. Well, that might be cool. Here, Gary. That's my email. If you send me an email, yeah, that'd be really cool to share ideas. Send me an email and I'll get you set up on there. That'd be really cool. Yeah, if you'd be willing to share with me some of the things, some of your ideas and what you're up to, I'd really appreciate that. That'd be really cool. I'm not really ready to open up a Discord to a lot of people, but Like you're someone that I think would be valuable. Yeah, I'd love to share ideas with you too. You know, hopefully I mean, honestly, you're doing so well. There's nothing I feel like I need to share with you, but you never know. But yeah, man, send me an email and then I'll send you an invite and get set up. I bet my brother would love to talk to you too, because he's been doing really great. He's gotten payouts. He had like 14,000, I think it was, in payouts in June, something like that. But then he hit a roadblock in this past week. I think he damaged a lot of his accounts. So cool. So yeah, I'm not gonna work on that right now, but I'll try to get that sorted out, and maybe over the weekend or something. Or actually, you know what? Sorry, I think I gave you the wrong. Here, let's try this again. I forgot. When I set up the email. Here, hold on, Gary. Let me send you a different email if you're still here. Because I realized that when I set this up, I had it for this email. It was actually, that's because I used to trade on ES. So when I set up the email, that's how I actually set it up. I forgot. So try that one out. All right, I got it. Yep, got it. All right, cool. So yeah, I'll send you an invite sometime over the weekend when I get a chance. And yeah, I appreciate you being willing to get on there and share some things with me. I'd love to learn a little bit more about what you're up to. But seriously, great job. I mean, it's really inspiring to know someone like you is, with similar background as me, from where we started trading futures. And you know what? Maybe I did set up the NQ because now I got both of your emails. So I guess both of those work. I don't know. I guess I forgot that I actually did do that correctly. All right. So, yeah, but I really appreciate it. It's definitely inspiring to know that, you can make some adjustments from where we started with POTS and figure out how to be profitable. All right. So I'll talk to you. Have a good one. Congrats on this week and your accounts. All right, so just taking a glance over back at GameStop, and of course it's pulled back quite a bit from its highs of the day, which is what it's done every single day. Makes highs in the first part of the day and then backs off the rest of the day. It's how the week's been, but it's always been higher highs and higher lows. So, but now that I can see this 3 standard deviation, I can really see when and why that's happening. So that's interesting. All right, so back above the 50. This is always interesting to me too when these things are happening on the 1 minute. I don't know how much this matters with these SMAs. Looking kind of bull flaggy. Setting up, we have new low, first entry, second entry short. This is one of those situations where it really shot through the middle Bollinger in this case. So this might be a case where trap in the shorts and go long. It's also a new high, first entry long, second entry long potentially. Let's see. Pretty stacked up. This is one I would skip, but thinking about trying this. Just because it really shot through the midline of the Bollinger. I've seen these work so many times. If it even triggers. See if I get triggered in here. Looks like it's going to trigger, maybe. Here it comes. Let's see. That's not a good sign. Off an inside bar. I like the inside bar less. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Doesn't look good for me here. I think that inside bar should have been a sign to not go with it. It'll take me out. All right. I think the inside bar should have been a sign. That's all right. Small loss. Just did it on one account. What did I lose? Like 7 3/4 points. All right, update the stats here. All right, well, at least I'm not doing, now it's going to work after this. At least I'm not doing damage. Trap the trappers. Yeah. And now it's going to work. I think the inside bar should have got me off that trade, honestly. But at least the damage is minimal with one contract. Also just so stacked up. But how many times have I skipped these and then been like, oh yeah, I skipped it for this reason, that reason, the other reason, and it goes on to work. So I took it this time, and this is usually the story. This is the story of my life trading. I skip them, I skip them, I skip them. They work, they work, they work. I finally tell myself, okay, let's take one. And then those are the ones that I lose. So down $169. I forgot to change my, should be 50. I mean, usually on that situation, I would have been like this. I would have drawn that. I'd say, okay, not enough room. It's in the middle. Especially the inside bar. I think I'll make that a rule for now. If there's an inside bar, it doesn't trigger, and there's an inside bar, I won't take that trade because that's something I haven't been paying attention to. So now that I'm aware I have a loss with an inside bar on that kind of a scenario where it shoots through the middle Bollinger and gives me a setup, it's got a trigger off the signal bar. It can't have an inside bar in between. We'll just track that for a while and see how it plays out. Is there any kind of thing here? It could be a thing. Definitely a reaction there. Hate trend lines. There's no setup here though, other than just close outside of the Bollinger, the 2 deviation, and but it's an inside bar, bullish bar. I think I got slippage on my stop out. Looks like I got a few ticks of slippage. It's annoying. Thinking maybe I want to make the 3 deviation be the blue and the 2 deviation be the brown. So the highlighted one is on the outside. All right, so my idea of long wasn't a bad idea, it was just bad timing. I feel it's like an entry short on the 5 minute. So yeah, that really triggered on the 5 minute. It's going. So the other thing too, bottom, yeah, there was still a target higher when I took my trade. So I don't know, I'm not mad. I feel like I had reasons to take this trade. I didn't have this rule in place for the inside bar in this situation, so that'll be just something, a learning experience on that loss. Certainly losing $169 feels a lot easier to accept than when it's like 500 or 700 or 900. Yeah, am I really going to draw trend channels again? You know, I'll do this next time. I'll draw this. I'll go, oh, it's confirming. So I'll enter when it's not like an actual setup for me. Oh, and trying to immediately go against me. All right, perfect measured move currently. Close outside the Bollinger, but that's the 2 deviation, so that happens. It's oftentimes where I've thought about continuing to try to write it when it closes like that. Curious again what happens on a 2-minute in this area. 2-minute. No trade there for me. But I think there's a trade anywhere. First entry, second entry failure here. And second entry long, first entry, second entry long. I don't know. I've been liking the 1 minute. ATR is down to basically 37 ticks now. And bar's 29 ticks. I'm not mad that I took that trade. It is what it is. I've seen so many setups like this that I don't take it for some reason and it still works anyways. So it's like, you gotta take a trade at some point. All right. Potential overshoot. I'm going to remove this at this point. Got a new low. First entry here. Let's see what happens. Try again, shot through. Try it again. It shot through again here. And it's a failure, first entry, second entry short. Failure. Got this trend line going. Not again. Oh man. Did I move it? It's just going against me. Doesn't look good. I copied an account because I figured I'd take a better trade on my next trade. Oh man. Yep. Will it work out after all? It was very stacked up. Move this up here. Can it work? It's essentially the same trade I tried to take here. Oh man, so just faking me out. Just toying with me. Hoping giving me a false feeling of having a chance. Just want it to be a little bit before the Bollinger. If it goes. Nah, it's just toying with me. Giving me false hope. How many times do I watch these trades and they work and they work and they work and I skip it for one reason or another? Today, 2 in a row. Give me a lifeline. Just want to be a little bit before Bollinger. Can it do it? Come on, give me one. No. Seriously? Come on. I don't like that it's getting to this Bollinger. Yeah. Nah, man. Not a good sign touching that top Bollinger like that. No. If it ticks above that wick, I'm going to put this stop in. All right, so I can't lose the trade. Maybe I can push through to the top Bollinger. Get an extra tick because slippage. Maybe I can push up here. Doesn't look like it. All right, if this can do some kind of big move, I'm here for it. No. So I want to give it a chance to run. All right, no matter what, I'm not having a red day. How about that? So just decided to lock it in. It's getting close to that top Bollinger. Yeah, now see it's touching. So I don't want to mess with that. I just wanted to make sure I took advantage, lock in a win, and it's a green day. So it ended up working, but not the way I thought it would. All right, could have got more, but I just having this second Bollinger is so new for me because I literally today's the first day with it. Oh man, I should have stayed. All right, that's what being careful does to you. All right, so trade two is PA 11 and 12. Oh man, it's still going. So I got what, 9.5 points. It's gone another 12, got another 14 actually at the high. All right. Maybe I was a little too eager to put my stop there, but I just wanted to lock in not having a red day. So that did that for me. So 1 and 1 for the day. Three and 2 for the week. What is that, like 60? 270 wins for the year. All right, so I mean, I definitely would have put my stop below this candle if I was continuing the trail. So I missed out on an extra at least 8 points if I stuck with it a little bit longer. But still good. I mean, I made 186 on PA12, so now I'm less than 300 away from starting balance on that one. And this one's still up for the day, $17, so I can live with that decision. Because of my inexperience with the standard 3 deviation on Bollinger Band, when this was up here and like practically touching it, to me it was like, okay, well, I know once it touches it, it usually reverses, which is kind of what's happening now. So because of that, I just wanted to be quick to lock it in case it also looked like, you know, it had the open of the close of the candle at the high here, and it looked like the open, like it ticked up, and then the open of the next candle, a lot of times it'll be that even body high, and it'll just go down from there. So I'll take it green on the day, 1 and 1. Also, something new for me is not just taking just a preset number for my scalp, you know, being willing to adjust it. And not, you know, especially since I'm just trading one contract here. So typically, you know, it's set for 26 ticks, but I obviously moved it up. So, you know, 10 points would be 40 ticks. So minus 2 ticks, I got 38 ticks. So So 38 ticks there. What did I lose over here again? 4 3/4, 475 plus 3, 775. So I lost, what, 31 ticks, I think. All right, so the big thing for me on these two trades, it's literally the same trade. This was a new low. It shot through the middle Bollinger, had a first entry short, a second entry short, and then it failed. This one failed above a inside bar, this bar. I really wanted it to trigger after this bar. That would be the signal bar. This bar went lower than this one. So the only difference between these two trades is this had an inside bar before it triggered. took me out of the trade. This one, new low, first entry short, second entry short, and went even further down on this bar. And then this bar, let's see. Yeah, so this bar engulfed this bar by one tick. I entered on the next bar because it engulfed, but let's see, the high of this one, 32.50, and the high of this one is 33. So it definitely triggered even after engulfing. I entered, I think when I saw it do that. Went against me, but it ended up working. So to me, the only difference, well, there's another difference, is there's a trend line here. So I took it on a trend line on this one, whereas there's no trend line on this one. So that's something to keep in mind. So there's two differences, but to me, the one that I care about most is that there was an inside bar here before it triggered, and there was no inside bar situation on this one, and it worked. So just something for me to keep in mind. And then here's a good example of the close on the 3 deviation Bollinger, and then there's some bit of reversal with a bearish bar afterwards. I was nowhere prepared to take any kind of trade here, but yeah, it's gone basically 8.5 points. There's now a first entry, second entry long forming off the middle Bollinger. But at this point, I guess I could say one leg, two legs, but it's even gone beyond that. So I'm going to chill. Bollingers are curving around here. I'm not going to think about taking this trade. I almost missed this because I wasn't paying attention. But this is the example of the trade that I've been talking about for the past week or so that just seems to really have a high winning percentage. Now it's interesting that I was 1-1 with it today, but there's definite differences between the one I lost and the one I won. So I'll have to keep that in mind as I move forward with this. The second entry long just triggered here, right off that mid Bollinger. There's already a new high. We've already gone more than 2 legs, so I just don't trust it. Looks like it's trying to fail. I mean, is there a reason to believe we would get a new high again? Suppose if you draw that, there's reason to believe you'd get a new high off that trend. So maybe if there's a higher low here. Problem is, this is still another one of those situations where there's potential resistance there. Like now that I'm green after a loss, I really want to love the trade. Yeah, it's not setting up. So there's a failure. Not really sure about taking a short here at this point. If it were to tick under this, I definitely wouldn't take it ticking under this. All right, so the higher low ended up being an engulfing. I'm just not willing to take that. Look at where it closed, like right into that resistance, whether it works or not. Especially after turning a losing trade and a red day into a green day. I think I'll chill with that. I mean, on the engulfing, there was only less than 3 points to that point. And on the close of this, it's less. There's about 4 points to the top, to the 2 deviation Bollinger. So I'm okay with skipping that. All right, thankful to have my wife taking care of the dogs today. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is here. Did it go for a decent amount? Let's see. This wasn't going to take an engulfing. Yeah, I mean, it's gone 6 points. Looks like it's going to go for that new high of the day. Curious if I put this trend line back on that I had earlier. Well, it would have looked like an overshoot after this trade. So definitely wouldn't have been winning along if I had that drawn. Yeah, this probably looks more reasonable off this wick. And this midline's playing a role. But that's why I don't like these things. I think I'd rather draw this. This might be helpful to me. Because that, when I saw it was right on that, that gave me more confidence to take this trade, even though it looked like it was going to work against me. And then, so we'll see. Just trying to develop this stuff, you know, so over time, gain some confidence, see some things happen over and over again. Now I've seen this, so now next time I see this inside bar and I don't have a trend line, I'll not take a trade. I'll see if it fails again. Versus this one where I don't like to take engulfing, but I did a good job of waiting till after engulfing and see that it ticked above before I got in. Maybe even better would have been to wait for this bar, higher low. Although then you have an inside bar, so that wouldn't have helped me. Then you have another higher low, and then it ticked. So who knows? Actually, since I have a win on account 12, maybe I'll copy to account 13 next if I get another trade. I'll keep trading 11. I think that's a good idea. Lock in the profit on 12, no matter what happens there. That stays green. All right, so new low here, first entry, second entry short. This thing's just gonna melt up to make a new high for the day, I think. So I think we have a failure here, but I'm out of the long game for now. Probably works, right? Only 21 tick bar, jeez. It's actually this one. 18 tick bar. No, that more than worked. Six and a half points already. All right, so we got a new high for the day. So let's see what happens from there. GameStop continues to back off of its high of the day. So far, it's played out like this every single day this week, maybe longer than this week, where it has a nice push up in the morning hours, and then it just fades away in the afternoon. I mean, for me, it's still morning hours. It's only 10:30 for me, but 1:30 Eastern. All right, well, I gotta say, I really like being able to trade where I have the potential at least to make up a loss in one single trade. So this kind of thought process of my trading stemmed from having two contracts and having a first target and a second target, and being able to adjust the second target. And since I decided to downgrade to just one contract, I decided that ideally I'll be able to adjust that one contract and go for more based on, price movement and where I think it could potentially go to. I didn't get the full profit that was available to me, but when I saw this basically almost touching this top Bollinger Band, it didn't actually touch it though, but in real time it certainly looked like it was touching it. That's when I just wanted to keep it real tight, and my thought was, if it shoots up like this, hopefully it doesn't come down and pick up my stop. But unfortunately it did wick down, pick up my stop, and then go. But I still think it was a good trade. I made $186 on the PA12 on one contract, so it wasn't a bad trade. Of course, would have made another, what was it? Approximately another 7.5, 8 points potentially. So I could have made another 160 on that one trade, which would have been nice for P11. But this thing is just continuing to move up. Let's see what we got on the 5-minute. First entry, second short failed. I talked about that earlier. It's just been a straight move up ever since that on the 5-minute. $15-minute. First entry, second short failed. Moves up there. New high. just the first entry long. I guess a higher low technically from this failure at the midline. Wonder what would happen. Let's make a new tab. Just have a tab for a 2 minute, just out of curiosity to be able to follow it. I mean, the 2 minute really had a really clear trend. Break, new high, 2 legs down, correction. Oops, don't want to do that. Wrong tool. Correction. Well, way beyond 2 legs there. Same as I measured on the other one. But the way this looks, I mean, actually, I think you can make an argument for 1 leg up, correction, 2 legs up, which puts you all the way up there. So this might be a reason why to have a 2 minute. Maybe it'll make me see things a little bit clearer. Not as big a picture as 5 minute. That doesn't seem to help me too much. But I don't think I need to. Well, maybe. I guess that's. But let's see. I mean, that puts us right at 20,800 basically, just under. 20,800. And what's our all-time high? 20,983. So, I mean, that gets us almost all the way back up. It's possible. That's possible. I gotta put, you know what I should have done? Actually, just delete that. Let's do it off this one. Duplicate this. Make this 2 minutes. Now I've got the Bollinger on there. So maybe do the same thing on this, like out with Bollinger as well. Duplicate again. Make this a 5 minute. You can take this off, this one. All right. So this is a 5 minute chart. case for that. Break. All right, GameStop's trying to push again. That would be good. I'd love to see it really push at the end of the day. All right, so this is interesting to me. Interesting to see the new Bollinger settings on this too. Maybe I should do the same thing on the 15-minute. Yeah, why not? Duplicate this. Make this 15. On the 15, it actually looks like this now. So here, midline. All right, so maybe it'll be interesting to have all of these. I don't know. Then it's like, do I bother doing like a 30 and a 60 minute? I don't know how much that really helps me. I feel like the 15 already doesn't really help me in terms of day trading. Wow, what a strong push. I think that 2-minute could be really interesting for me. These don't make sense on the 2-minute. If I look at the 2-minute, it definitely looks like 2 legs up in the trend, a 2-leg correction break, and then the move for a new high, which it apparently wants to just keep going. Maybe it'll ultimately be something like that. This is the midline. Broke through, now we're at the top. I don't know. I'll keep that as an idea. I mean, the daily strong bounce. It's like, even after a day like yesterday, the biggest red day we've had on this entire contract. I mean, it's more than this contract, because this goes back a year, basically. I guess I have this set for the past year. Literally the biggest red day we've had the entire year, other than maybe this one back here in August. Pretty interesting. And this market's still so strong, it's going to take it all back. Maybe not all, but a lot of it. 2/3 of it so far. All right, of course, GameStop is dying again. Not dying, it's still up for the day, but it's just doesn't push at the end of the day this week. I don't know why I keep trading so late. It's 10:45. Oh. Maybe I'll give it a little bit longer. I don't know. At least I know I'm not risking a profit on 12, so also just because I'm changing so many things, I like to observe like how these Bollingers work, especially the two of them combined. Probably have to do some playback over the weekend with it. All right, well, this is just that kind of market where it just melts up, right? We've seen this. We've seen this going on. All in there, all in there, all in this. Crazy. Just going to go ahead and put on the 30. I just want to look at it. 30-minute. See this. Maybe this will be helpful. To see it. And I'll even just for now just do a 60-minute. Just want to be able to look at these, and I'll probably delete them at some point, but I'm just curious. I think I'd have to have more data loaded for this to matter on an hour. So on an hour, if I have more days loaded, then look at all this stuff. It's all old stuff that I never deleted. I don't know. I'll mess with it over the weekend, but kind of interesting. You can really get a sense for what the Bollingers are doing on a bigger time frame. Maybe it'll give me more bigger levels to look out for as well if I load more data, more days. But also interesting here, I mean, this is pushing well outside of the 3 deviation Bollinger and still going. Not a reversal on a bigger time chart. Even here. I think that'll be interesting to kind of gauge over time. Right, 2 minute. Completely overshoots that. Yes, the midline is this. This point doesn't really matter. So if I was following the 2 minute, second entry short failed, new high, first entry long, second entry long here at the midline, and then first entry short, second entry short failure. That's where I took my trade basically. I mean, I'm not really seeing setups on the 2 minute chart either. The 2 minute though looks the most clear to me as far as trend up with 2 legs, correction in the middle. So where did I do that bigger? Did I delete it? So if you measured all the way to the top as 1 leg, and here's 2 legs, that's the target. Which is something like 20,800, which is crazy to think that we're going to go back to 20,800 from where we were at the bottom yesterday. 23.77 in the bottom today, 23.35. You know, we're at 27.39, so we're going to go up another 60 points potentially. So a pretty crazy couple days. Pretty crazy couple days. It gets like this too. It's hard to even like see what's happening. Candles get so squished. GameStop is basically testing the breakout area, the resistance it's been in all week, even 2 weeks. So I'll be interested to see if it can bounce at all to finish the day. It's still up 45 cents. It was up another like 85 cents at the highs. It's just doing what it's been doing. Looks like Alpine finished his day green. He finished early today, I think because he had work things to do. Is this going to be the first significant pullback in quite some time? I mean, it's been since I took my first loser, or my first trade that was a loser. We haven't had a pullback, anything like this. Over an hour since that. Pretty significant sell-off there, considering. Ooh. I guess I might as well hang around for a little while still. I'm just, more than anything, even if I don't trade anymore, like I am getting something out of watching this new Bollinger. I just want to observe it as much as possible. Have the standard 3 deviation on the outside and the 2 deviation blue on the inside. Definitely some bigger bars all of a sudden. All right, so pierced the 3 deviation Bollinger. It's just a first entry long. How much did that go? 5 points. Very strong move through the middle. And this is why I want to observe this, because how many times does a first entry go far enough for a good scalp without it being a second entry? Like, that's something I want to keep in mind. When it wicks like this off the outer Bollinger. So all this observation for me is just looking for potential new opportunities for trades. The more I can observe these sorts of things, you know, big push through it, big buy back up, pierced both Bollingers, ends as a bullish candle. I would think we still need to retest this high, just the nature of how strong that push up was. I don't know where I would draw this from. Maybe like that. These equalize. And the size is bigger than this one, so it's not a break new high all in one. Let's see, keep it in mind. All right, first entry short. Just kind of looking at these other time frames. I don't think anything very helpful for me there. Just a first entry on the 2 minute. Same here. I've already got a new high off of this. And I think we got to be very careful with longs at this point. be more likely to take a short than a long, but I feel like it's a little dangerous both ways. Not really clear to me what to expect here. Still just the first entry to the short side. Maybe it's going to want to retest the 50. Where's the last time we were at the 50? Down here. So we broke through it. Right, where my trade lost. Broke through it and then haven't looked back since. So this will be the first retest since it broke back up above it. I don't know how significant that is. I guess it's the first test of it too since this cross. I don't know how significant that is on the 1 minute chart. Yeah, potential for a second leg down there. But the nature of the market makes me think it won't reach the second leg and it'll go back up, but not really expecting a sell-off at the end of the day too much. Maybe when it gets closer to the end of the day, people take their profits for the week. Yeah, because these are still profits for the week. Oh, Friday, Thursday. I mean, not really. Sideways for the week, actually, right now. All right, so inside bar, weak signal for a second entry long. Not interested in that. Maybe it'll trigger, trap, do another test down here, trap in shorts, go long. I don't know. It would also be new low, first entry short, could set up a second entry short, which would be the trap for the shorts potentially. Just thinking out loud. I don't know. I don't really have a strong conviction of where we go from here. It seems like the market just wants to go up today, but it is Friday. At some point, people are going to take their profits off the table since it's a Friday, even if it's just profits from the day. Especially if they're taking losses yesterday. Yeah, see, I don't think this is happening. I really like this though. I really like these Bollingers. I wonder if there's a way to shade in the middle part, like have a light shade of blue or something when it's inside, just so I can notice it when it gets like really outside in between the brown. I'm gonna mess with it over the weekend. Bollinger's starting to squeeze again. So maybe the failure of the second entry long at the midline might not be a bad trade. How much room is there? It's the reverse of my earlier trades. It's also a second entry short at the same time. It's in the middle here. There's room. Maybe it's going to trap me like I was talking about. I got in pretty late too. Let's take a little win. Kind of feel like this may trap shorts. So, and I got in pretty late too. I mean, the low of this. So I should be in at 1125, and I was in at 975. So I missed out on a 1.5. I was too low. I really should have put a stop right under there if I wanted to take that trade. So, small win. Hey, it's my first day traded on this account. Did I actually take only up 0.75? So 7 ticks, but look, this is what I was concerned about. If it ticks up here, it might have trapped the shorts and go all the way up. And I was trading right into the 50 that's coming up here. I don't know. I think I did the right thing. Maybe it still goes, but I could tell that the room was getting smaller. Trade 3. I mean, it's more than a break even, so I'll count it as a win. PA 11 and 13. First trade on 13. All right, so it ticked above. So let's see what happens to me. It could either be a lower high, but I think it's trapping shorts, which is what I was talking about before I took the trade, that I think there could be potential for a trap of the shorts and for it to go long. The only reason why I took this was because it shot through the middle Bollinger so strong. It gave me a little bit of confidence. And I think if I got in closer to where I should have been in, yeah, it went 5 points, so it's not too bad. But I'm glad I'm out of this trade. So, very small scalp. Update my stats here. All wins are not made even, so that's the other thing. Win rate is great to keep track of, but when you're changing what your profit is from trade to trade, the win rate doesn't really give you all the information needed. At least I'm taking some trades. All right, lower high. So if I stayed in, I would have been really nervous here. But even the lower high, right into the 50 EMA, I haven't been watching this 50 EMA long enough to know whether that really blocks the trade or not. I still have this suspicion that shorts are going to get trapped, but maybe that would be the reason why, but I don't know. Oh, is it happening? I'm not going to take the long, even though I'm kind of tempted to take it, but I'm not going to take it if it triggers. Tempted, but I just don't have enough experience with the situation with the EMA, or it's not an EMA, it's a 50 SMA. I need to see whether these hold up more or not. All right, so it did trigger above here. Not a whole lot of room to the Bollingers, squeezing. I'm just chilling and observing this for future reference. All right, so trapping the trappers, just completely unclear to me. Maybe we are going to still go for this measured move after all. If I didn't get out when I did, I'd still be in this trade. If I didn't move my stop anywhere, take a smaller loss. So the trade looks like it was the right trade, but man, you have to really sit through a lot of trouble. Now it's gone over 6.5 points. So I think the context was right for the trade, but I think I did the right thing getting out when I did. I should have actually been in a little earlier, and it would have been more like a 12 tick win instead of a 7. So the late entry cost me a little bit here, but context looks like I was pretty on point. All right, so yeah, it's really making a push for this. All right, that makes me like this trade even better, seeing this work out. But I don't have the ability to sit through this right now, at the stage of the game I'm at. Just trying to build confidence and trying to stay out of risky situations. So I'd rather take a small win than potentially this happens and it goes up and takes me out of the trade. Small wins, small losses are better than big losses. All right, do I dare say that GameStop is trying to make a push right now? I feel like every time I've ever mentioned a push by GameStop in the afternoon lately, it just fizzles out. Would love to see it close above 26.50 today. All right, so we got a tag of the outside Bollinger. See what happens here. I got no setups. It's technically like a second entry long here, potentially, if it sets up. This is a new high. First entry. I don't like that bar. Also, just still have this measured move down here, so I feel like I'm not really looking for a long right now. The only thing that I'm thinking about is we tag this, but it doesn't mean it can't keep going down. There it goes. It never triggered anyway. So let's see. the very least, I had 3 trades today. That's freaking amazing for me lately. All right, here's a potential second entry long setting up. I still am just not feeling this. And also, it's setting up lower than where this tagged. So I think there's plenty of reasons to stay out. There's also that. How much room is there to the measured move if it fails under here? It's about 5, oh, a little less than 6 points. All right, so this is a second entry long getting triggered off a bad bar. Still expecting the measured move down here. Doesn't mean it has to get there. And we also touched the bottom Bollinger already here. Or not the bottom, well, I have 2 bottom Bollingers, but the 2 standard deviation. How far has this gone for so far? Pretty good, 4.5 points. Huh? All right. I'm just going to observe this. I'm not going to be so hyper-focused on this measured move down. I think it can get there, but I don't think it has to get there. And I already took a failure here. I'm not going to take another failure here to go short. Although it seems like it's setting up to want to give it potential resistance there. There's a lot of room. I'm just going to observe this one. It's not a situation where, it's not like this where it shot down through the middle Bollinger earlier. It's not even going to trigger maybe. See, it got caught up here, so it's a different scenario than the one I took and the ones I took for the longs earlier too. All right, so the failure didn't set up anyway. Second entry long. Worked pretty well. Just not clear what direction is. This can still turn into a failure, by the way. I still wouldn't take it. Definitely not up here. Whether it works or not, doesn't matter. So, depending on what happens here, this could just be a higher low that goes up more. But depending on what happens here, could be potential range like behavior coming up. All right, so there's a higher low, not much room here. I might consider a second entry short if it sets up underneath the Bollinger. I really don't want to take an engulfing bar. But if I get a close below the Bollinger, I think I would take that for a short. If there's a good signal bar. Obviously, it'd have to be a good signal bar to be below the Bollinger. It's going to be above the Bollinger. Not sure. I think I have to observe if these work when it's above, or wait for a close below. Oh, look at this, it's going fast. Oh, by a bounce. You see, this is why I hesitate, because if there's a bounce, it could trap. New high, first entry could be a second entry long, could trap the longs too, and then go. I'm happy with my patience here. It's coming back down. Still going to close above. All right, so I'm not interested in a long in this situation, and the short is very sketchy. Basically, I'd have to look for a first entry long, second entry long that fails and comes below, and let me get in that way. Still keeping in mind the potential for this measured move. So now we've made one attempt at it, so you expect a second attempt, right? What reason do we have to go long just to retest this high up here? I think we have more reason to come down first. But I'm not going to enter just based on the second entry short. Especially, this looks like it. Maybe we'll want to trigger off an inside bar or something. See what happens. Yeah, because it looks like there's going to be an inside. Yeah, so inside bar triggers a failure. It's also a first entry, second entry long off an inside bar. So I'm looking for a failure of this potentially, but I'm not feeling very confident. Definitely wouldn't have been confident for a long. It's like it's working pretty well though. Redirecting. If it closes below, maybe I can consider going short below the midline. I'm just not taking that either. I mean, that's a classic trap the trappers, right? Trap the trappers that went long and trap the longs now. And probably comes all the way down. I just wanted this to be below the midline of the Bollinger. I don't know, I think the shorts works down to here, but I don't trust it. Just the fact that it's even bouncing like this right now, it's like the reason why I just feel like I'm right to just stay where I am. It's very sideways right here, stacking up. No conviction either way, because it doesn't have to get down here. You know, in a strong up day, these fail all the time to go to the short side. We saw it yesterday. I saw one just like this, and it traps and traps and traps on all sides, and then it just goes up. It goes all the way to the new high again. That's what this seems like it's trying to do. so convoluted now. First entry, second entry, first entry, second entry, failure, higher, low. It's just like, it seems like it wants to come down. Game time decision. If it comes down here, or even closes below, is this 94.50? Oh, so this actually did come below the second entry long. I thought those were equal lows. I don't know, man. I'm confused. All right, it's not doing it anyway. I think I saw one like this yesterday, and it was like super fast. It like went up and then straight down. So right now, the longs would be trapped, I think. I think there's more longs trapped than shorts. I'm not sure. I mean, at this point, it's just a very tight range playing out. Yeah, that's the reality. I don't want to take a trade in that. I'll tell you that much. These are curling down. I don't know. Looks like the short trap's working. Trap shorts here, trap more shorts here. So I guess maybe that's the thing. Yeah, well, I'd say since it couldn't get down here, we're going back to the highs of the day. That's my guess. The only other thing I could think of is, oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. So if you draw these things, you fucking definitely get yourself trapped going short, thinking that that's what matters. That's why I fucking hate trend lines, trend channels. Look at that. You would have definitely thought first entry long, second entry long, failure. And if you don't take the failure, now you got a lower high, second entry short. You think, oh, that's a home run, right? It's not a home run. This is where that strategy fails you like a motherfucker, unless you're taking only 3 points or less. You made an attempt here. 1, 2, I guess 3, 4 to get down here. Could still happen, but let's see what happens at this 50. I got no contextual reasons for any kind of thought process of what I think the bias is right now. If you think there's something like that, you got a new low. It's just a first entry short. There's no situation where you've shot through the midline of the Bollinger, so that's not an issue right now. Dang, LL Cool J coming out with a new album. Weird. Alright, so what is going on here? Why am I drawing these? I hate trend channels. I don't want to draw them. Take this off. I don't want to draw that either. So we're still coming down here? Is that what it's trying to tell us? Trap the long, or trap the shorts, just to trap longs if they didn't take profit? I don't know. This trading shit is hard, yo. It's hard. I got no payouts. It's like when you make money, it's the easiest money you can make. But to do that consistently and make enough to be profitable, it's the hardest, easiest money to make. It's crazy. So just ranging, is that what we're saying? Just ranging. All right, another attempt at this measured move. It's still on the plate, still on the table. I still, yeah, none of this is clear to me. Dropping shorts again to go higher, who knows, right? We had a new low here, first entry, second entry short, bad signal bar. Is this new low? Actually, it's not a new low. Never mind. This was new low. First entry, second entry short, lower high, bad signal bar. As usual, GameStop not doing anything at the end of the day here. But still up overall, continuing its upward trend for the past couple weeks. I'm just not seeing any trades over here. Nothing to be considered. Pretty tight for past half hour. Another attempt down that couldn't do it. So I really think it's not coming down here. I really think that this is going up. I think it just needs to keep trapping in people going short to get the momentum to go up. You know, people keep thinking market's going to completely turn around, but on these kinds of days, market likes to retest that high. I've been skeptical of the short since all the way over here. It actually did move quite a ways. But now this is, you know, 1 attempt, 2 attempt, 3 attempt, 4 attempt, 5 attempt. It's not doing it. I mean, I really think this is going to come back up, but it's just all a guess. Clearly some pretty strong resistance right here. It is a first entry short, second entry short. Strong push through the middle. But I look at this differently when it's kind of like acting like a range. I don't think it works the same way as how I was looking at it over here. Or where's my other? Oh man, hit the mute button just in time for that sneeze. Or over here. I mean, this is not like range like shoots through the EMA, or I keep saying EMA, midline of Bollinger, and then you get your setup. It's very different than this sideways stuff. All right, so failure could lead to a lower high, could break up, who knows? I'm trying to stick with high probability setups. So to me, trading into the resistance is not high probability, whether it works or not. So anyone that took that, it's got to be feeling a little bit worried right now. Boom. Most of those people probably put their stops here. They went long right here. So they're still in it. For now. What's it gonna do? Is it gonna survive this? Oh man, it's really not convincing. Yeah. Boom. That's why I'm not taking that long, man. Dang. I'm not taking the short either. I don't know. I don't know which way this thing's going. God dang. I should just be done trading for the day and be happy with my, what is it, combined 260 bucks? BF, I didn't notice your comment. BF says, hey, look, Look at that. You finally took a trade. That's right. Not just a trade. I took 3 trades, buddy. I don't know if you're still here watching this. I wasn't paying attention to the chat, but I took 3 trades. And 2 of them even won. And I'm even green for the day. How about that? How about that? So yeah, you know, I take 3 trades a day, as you can see. I feel good about my 3 trades. Even the one I lost, I feel good about it. I took it according to my current rules. Didn't work out that first one. I was able to take 2 more, and I'm in the green. And I was in the green after 1 additional trade. So that's the kind of trading I want to be able to do. Make up a loss in a single trade. Didn't used to be able to do that. So I'll call that improvement. At least for today. But yeah, you know, to me, it's like today was pretty decent trading day. Better than it's been. So I'm not surprised I have 3 trades today. I think overall there's been some better movement. There's been some opportunities. I felt a little bit comfortable today for whatever reason to take the trades as they came. And even after my first loss, didn't affect me at all. And I just stayed patient. And in fact, the second trade that I took today was a repeat of the first trade that I lost with. So that's even better for me, because the reason I took this trade was because it shot through the midline of the Bollinger and gave me a second entry short that failed. And I took it after an inside bar, and I lost. And then I had the same situation again. Shot through the midline of the Bollinger, gave me a failed second entry short. I waited till after the engulfing bar, waited for it to tick above. I took the trade. Went against me at first, but didn't take me out. And I was able to get a pretty decent win, 38 ticks. So I lost 31 ticks on the first trade, made 38 ticks on the second trade, was green after the second trade. So just because I lost the first time on essentially the same exact setup, I was still able to take the trade. And that's important for me. I didn't let it scare me off the trade. I believed in my setup, and I took it. And the only difference is I had an inside bar before my entry on the first one. I didn't have an inside bar on this one. The other difference is I had potential trend line working at the same spot, so which I didn't have on the first trade. So 2 possible reasons to lose the first one, but enough good reasons to take the second one. And even though it looked like it was going to take me out again, stuck with it, worked out. And yeah, happy with my decision making today. I've really been actually happy with my decision making all week, even though it hasn't resulted in big wins or a lot of wins or anything. All right, so we had a second entry long here, sort of. First entry, second entry that failed. It was also kind of like not really a second entry short. It's just a failure, but I just have no idea what's going on here. I guess maybe when this one closed below, but even still, you have potential support here. So I wouldn't have considered this if I was watching it. I wasn't even watching it, but GameStop is just still just chilling. It's got a solid base, but it's not pushing up. It's just consolidating, accumulating. How beautiful it'd be if wake up Monday morning and it's just slingshotted up. it would be good timing for me. All right, I guess I'm just going to chill and be here till towards close of market. Man, is it really going to finally get down here? Is that really going to be a thing? Usually it does not get here after this many tries. So that would be really pretty surprising for me. Wow, there it is. It actually finally got to that measured move. I did not think we were going to see that happen. But look at that. Perfect touch. Perfect touch. Got a bit of a touch on the outside Bollinger. On the 3D. The 3D. Oh. I really don't know what I'm going to do about this YouTube. I really sometimes feel like I want to take a break from it, but it also, I think, is helpful for me. Like today, I took 3 trades. It didn't stop me from taking trades. I just have to. It's funny. Just some days I'm more just like more content to just sit back and let things go by me if I'm not confident. And other days, I just feel a little bit more comfortable. I don't know what it is. So here's the situations I want to keep observing. This is brand new for me as of today. 3 deviation, got tagged, had a bullish bar. It's an inside bar. Can you go long there? I don't know. Hit the measured move. Decent spot to consider it. But there's no kind of key level here that I can see. At least not from today. How about we look at some of these other charts? Haven't done that in a while. So you got that big measured move up. Doesn't look like it's going to get there, right? And the 5 minute. Let's go to the 15 minute. Doesn't really seem to be a very important level as far as I can tell anywhere. We're outside the Bollinger. We're back inside on the 30. Oh, that's not 30. That's the hour. I gotta change the name. All right, so not really gathering any information from that. Now you got a higher low after the tag here. Also a new low, first entry, potential second entry forming. I've got no ideas here. I'm not taking a short. Looks like the long's not quite working out. If you took it off the inside bar, it only went 3 points. So far that's not a trade I'm looking for, at least not in this context. Second entry short engulfing. Looks like a winner. 5.5 points so far. Since this has already been tagged now, I wonder if you could move this over here and go for a further one. That gets you all the way down there. GameStop, of course, falling apart a little bit towards the end of the day, maintaining its base, but not continuing to push, just like it's been for over a week. All right, so I know we've reached the measured move. There's one more potential possibility for that. It says one leg down, 2 legs down. Does it make sense here? If we're not going to go up to that measured move up there, it does make sense to me. Which gets us back to the 200, which we haven't seen. We haven't seen that all day since the breakout. So I'm guessing those will probably meet. Anyway. Gets you to the 50 on the 5 minute. And the 5 minute looks legit for 2 legs like that. So 2 legs up, got the 3rd leg up, make the new high from that. 2 legs down, and then what? Maybe back up. We'll see. It's 12:20. I think people are definitely starting to think about taking their profits for the day. right? For the bigger traders. So not surprising that we're seeing it come down, honestly, on a Friday. And who knows, maybe it makes that push. Maybe it makes that push after hours for that last hour for this after people take their profits. Who knows? Sometimes I see that happen. Oh man, GameStop just fell out of the bottom. That isn't looking still up for the day, but is this a new low of the day? Not quite. This is that funny business on GameStop where right at the end of the day on a Friday, all the options that were going to close in the money get wiped out in the last 40 minutes of the day trading day. All right, so where do the market makers need to make sure GameStop closes under? I don't think they can get it under 25. Maybe they just need under 26. I wonder what max pain is today. It just touched the 3 deviation Bollinger on the 5-minute chart though, and the 1-minute chart. So I think it has to go back up from here to close the day. But maybe they're trying to get a close under 26, I'm guessing. 25.83 right now. So I'm sure people taking profits, right? That's always a part of it on a Friday. All right, so here we are at the 200. Haven't been here since the breakout in the morning. 200 coming back inside the Bollinger for the first time since way back. Way back. Let's see. First time the Bollinger and the 200 are together since 10 a.m. No, almost 2.5 hours. First time price is at it since 9:50, so long time. All right, well, you know what? It's 12:25. The market closes in 35 minutes. Feel like it was a decent day. 2 wins, 1 loss. I'm happy with the outcome. and I feel pretty worn out from the week. So I'm going to call it here and come back hopefully rested and ready for Monday. So don't forget the 80% discount going on to the end of the month now. The $40 accounts for the 150, 250, and 300 accounts. The $35 resets. 1 day pass. All goes on for the whole rest of July. And anything else I need to say? I'm feeling all right. Handled my first loss pretty good today and followed it up with a couple good trades, I think. Not going too big, not getting bent out of shape, trading only one contract. So the wins will be smaller, but the losses will be smaller. And I think I could just kind of build up confidence for a little while, just trading small. And try not to make it about payouts, try not to make it about anything but improving. And modifying little things along the way and seeing what things might help me or not. So 4 and 2 for the week, 67%. There were like 3 or 4 or something more trades than that, but they were basically break-even trades. And 2 and 1 for the day, 271 wins on the year, 81 losses. Let me see. Let's do a quick calculation. Am I still 77%? I think I probably am, but double check it. Barely 77%. Okay. Barely 77. Well, like just a notch under 77%. All right. So I'll be back Monday as close to market open as I can manage. Monday is usually the day I have to get my daughter to school. So it'll be about a 45-minute, 1 hour time period where I'll not be able to trade at the least in the morning on Monday. And yeah, look, coming out of this week feeling like not too bad. Not too bad. Things could be worse. Things could be better, but I got some things to build on, some ideas. All right. Looks like I been rambling long enough to lose my last viewer here. So I'm out of here, and I hope you had a good trading week, good trading day, and be back at it on Monday. Have a good weekend.